Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. This is Accounting Nightmare. Welcome Tag, good to see ya. I'm so glad I can stream again today. We're in Zone 5 and it's amazing. Hot news, this song is still a banger. It has fantastic lyrics too. If you haven't looked up the lyrics for it, you should go have a read. They're really good lyrics. Alright. Unmute the game. We're in Zone 5. Zone 5 of Endwalker. We just got there and I already love it to tears. My favourite zone. We're gonna go hang out with the boys. Hang out with the lads. Just check if there's anything I need to do before we go. Guess I'll make sure my healer is set up in case we want to heal. Make sure Dragoon's set up. Glowy. Shiny. Alright, let's go. I don't have an Aetherite there yet, so we'll have to go there from here. So if you don't want spoilers as to what Zone 5 is in Endwalker, you should definitely stop watching, because it's an amazing surprise. Alright, so last time, we actually talked to Elpis. It was really cool. Because he was still trapped in the tower. And there was still, his soul was still in there, so we actually had a conversation with him. And he sent us through time. I still don't know how that works. Because I thought we've disabled the time travel features of this tower, because in Shadowbringers you do the twinning dungeon, and the end boss of that is an Ironworks branded Alexander, so I thought that was how they got the time travel working. And we destroyed it because it went out of control. Maybe that was just a prototype? I don't know. I don't really care that much about why this works though, because it's great. Elpis sent us back in time to the world unsundered Elpis, where this facility is apparently run by Fendaniel. Oh, I can't attune to that. Rude. We're hoping we'll get some answers here. Pardon? Why, yes, this is Propylaeon. I know not where it is you intend to go from here, but might I suggest waiting for your master? Don't know if Endwalker will top Heavenswood or Shadowbringers for you when all's said and done, but the fact we get to hang out with the boys pleases you greatly. Yeah, I think it has topped Shadowbringers for me. It's my favourite so far. Hey Spruce, welcome. Yes, we're here. Zone 5. Oh. My friend's supposed to pay me a visit, but there's still no sign of them. Perhaps they're too absorbed in their research. And who might you be? A lost familiar, perhaps? Oh, I do wish you wouldn't stare. Does it surprise you to see someone whose visage remains unshrouded? We are staring a lot at everyone, making them uncomfortable. They think we're a familiar. There's a whole facility run by Fendaniel, so we're gonna learn more about him, which is cool because I still didn't really understand why he wanted to destroy everything. And we're hanging out with the lads. Also, I started stream late because I was doing some real life stuff. So I've already fed Cleo, so no cat alarm today. We're hanging out with Emmett Sulk and Hitler Days. It's so good. Depend on how the whole sum of its parts works out. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, if the ending is a letdown, that'll really tarnish it for me. I don't think it will be, but we'll see. Yeah, so they're passing us off as Azem's familiar. Azem is who we were before we were sundered. And so we have a more than passing resemblance to her, our soul. So these two are like, what is Azem up to? What is going on? And Hitler Deus has taken a huge interest in us. He's really curious. He's befriending us, and he's gonna give us a big tour of this place. Much to Emmett Silk's annoyance, he's here on official business, and he doesn't want me up to shit. Doesn't want me messing with stuff. They gave me some robes to fit in. Let's use them. Yeah, Gremlin is grumpy. I should have brought some Emperor's New things to make this. Maybe I'll remove the glamour on that, see if that fits a bit better. Yeah, works well enough. That'll do. I fit in. I'm not weird. Don't mind my tail. In search of Hermes. Oh yeah, Hermes was Fendaniel's real name. An Azem puppy. Yeah. Yeah, Emmett Silk is treating me as like I'm Hitler Deus's pet. Hey Mia, welcome. No worries. Have a good sleep. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this zone. Yeah, I'm supposed to be about a quarter the size. Yeah, Emmett Silk lent us some aether and made us bigger so we would fit in. In search of Hermes. Hitler Deus is ready to continue on if you are. If you are ready, let us continue along the path to Anagnorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Oh, water. Didn't realise this was water. It's so nice we get to see what they were like before everything went horrible. Just see them hanging out, being just people. It's great. I wonder what she was examining. I was wondering what she was examining, but it seems to be the bush itself. Let's see if this observer knows Hermes' whereabouts. Yes? Can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask, I assume you are one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hythlodaeus, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Emmett Selk and I can discern the colour of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly, and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cows up. A special exemption, due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humouring me. Come, let's find our man. Displaying individuality is unseemly. Yeah, their eyes are really bright, aren't they? Hey, Walken, welcome. Derplander edits. Ooh, okay, I'll check this out. Thank you. Enhanced screenshots of Derplander. Oh, God. Yeah, alright, I'm going to show this. Enhanced screenshot. What's the key? There we go. Oh no! The chin. Oh. These are so silly. I love them. Oh god. Alison neck. Oh. The butt. Oh, they're great. Thank you. Those are some good enhancements. Oh. Still looking for the chief? He should be out observing somewhere, likely at one of the pools. So much to do, so much bother involved in getting it done. I could have a familiar perform my duties instead, but even creating one in the first place is far more effort than I'm willing to expend. Being able to create a familiar sounds really cool. Hello. Wow, seeing creatures hanging out that don't just attack you on sight is actually kind of weird. I like it. Unicorn! My, what a curious familiar. I suppose your creator sent you here to learn our ways, and perhaps achieve some degree of enlightenment. So, what would you ask of me? Like most of my colleagues here at Agnagnorhynchus, I am charged with observing the various creations in our care and assessing their suitability for life on Aetheris. It's an enormous responsibility, of course, though the sense of achievement from bringing new species into the world makes it all worthwhile. Agnagnorhynchus is one of the most important facilities in Elpis, as it is here that we ascertain the various merits and shortcomings of the various flora and fauna in our care. It derives its name from the ethos at the centre of our work, that being the discovery of the creation's true nature. Only by allowing them to coexist in an environment such as this do they reveal unto us the essence of their being. I wonder how many species that are around today were created in one of these places. Ah, is that a platypus? Ah, the platypus. Cute. What shall we do next, my little ones? A spot of sunbathing, perhaps? Just gonna find whoever I can to talk to, just soak it all in. It's such a cool area. Observing voracious predators and the like is an incredibly dangerous occupation, which is precisely why I keep my distance and leave the rest to you familiars. After all, I'm far too important to risk my neck gathering dung samples and the like. Okay, mate. For a familiar, you appear quite inquisitive. Perhaps you were created to learn. Well, if there is anything you wish to know, I would be glad to explain. Take my time and smell the flowers. Yeah, as soon as Gremlin's voice was first heard, my character's like, oh! Yeah. Because that's what us players did as well. We're like, oh, that voice! Spriggans! So wait, these creatures were also huge originally. I guess all the creatures are also sundered. Maybe. There is never a dull moment with the Aurai. Their fondness of minerals makes them highly unique, and I dare say they will be no less popular. Aurai. Aurai? Hermes. Hello. Bewinged girl. They have such funny faces. Bird girl. She's a bird. I guess she's a familiar.
You are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Yes.
May we please be friends?
I love her little brooch on her robe. That's cool.
I see you found him.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Oh, it's weird hearing that voice again.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You are of the convocation.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Rude.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
Etion.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
Is this a little reminder? Hey, you gotta fill out the paperwork.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amstoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
Oh, that's so cute. Can I bring one home?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The Ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
Give them pets.
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett, Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Cute. I love them. The tenet of the words of Mitron is to create aquatic life, both unique and beneficial. Aquatic. What would possess them to put this creature in the sky? And is it even aquatic to begin with? Excuse me, sir? You're breaking the fashion code around here? The Ambistoma was submitted to the Bureau not long ago, and I'm pleased to see it has found its way here. We'll make sure these little ones don't wander off like their adventurous fellow. Go on and lend Hermes a hand. My fish just climbed a tree again. Yeah. Should look out for currents. Current. Northwest. I'll do this first. Ha. Are you okay? Is he okay? Wow. Hermes, are you alright? Yeah, that's what I want to know. It seems Hermes and Meteon have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an Ambistoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The Ambistoma. Hermes saw it high up in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him, and he slipped. Do you need a hand? Everything is under control, I trust? Do you need a hand? No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Meteon. Both you and... Nochanangura, you're called. An intriguing name. Somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no! I had forgotten all about its fellows! They're going pretty hard on him just being a complete freaking dork. Truly? What a relief. I must thank Emetselk and Hythlodaeus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you'll enjoy your time here. Wow. Very different from the one we knew. Sing! Like how Hythlodaeus is familiar with this place because it's related to his job. Yeah, ostensibly he's acting as Emmett's guide, but you'll know why he's really here, yup. The ambystoma stares at you unflinchingly, as if regarding something novel. Regarding it in turn, you notice that it appears to be floating, if ever so slightly. I'm glad they're safe. Hermes and the ambystoma. Honda, Warrant, Cherish, welcome. Having found the wayward ambystoma, Hermes is the picture of relief. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anagnorisis. Gemstones. Scatterbrained, you can relate. Same. Perhaps it's only your imagination, but something in the creature's demeanour bespeaks proud defiance for having gone on an adventure. Oh, I love it. Is that why Emetselk's so annoyed with us being here? Are we getting in the way of their little date? Some creations stay outside. Others stay at Tysus, like the ambystomas. No more errant creations to distract us from matters of actual import, I trust. 'Twas blissfully uneventful in your absence. The little ones were on their best behaviour. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambystomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space, if you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. Will you be attending as well? If so, you should join the others at the building. See if I can attune to this aetherite. My role here? I specialise in the observation of flora. Some of the larger species, such as trees and so forth, continue to grow over the course of many centuries, which requires a great deal of patience on my part. Thankfully, I'm quite content to spend my days in these idyllic surrounds. Yeah, this is a beautiful place to be. It seems like it, anyway. Gemstones. I've decided to open a shop to keep my little creation fed. My wondrous wares can be yours for the right amount of bicolour gemstones. What are you feeding these gemstones to? And what have we here? Don't mind me. Yeah, touch it. Pretty. Yes. Extraordinary. It's not every day I see such a charming familiar. Why, I'd much rather observe a pretty little thing like you than all those brutish creatures everyone insists on making. Are you hitting on me? You got anything interesting? Nah. I do wish they came up with some more interesting stuff you could get from the vendors in each area. Now, where was that current? North. That's where we're going. Hello, seen a current? Current. Just imagine Emmett Silk being like, what is it doing? We have business. Okay, I think it's behind this building. While Emmett Silk has been accommodating thus far, he is the one who has business with Hermes. If you wish to attend, you will have to ask his permission. If you would like, I can fly for you. Is the current hard to get? Thanks for the offer. Gonna focus on MSQ, though, for now.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways.
Oh, I want to go to the meeting.
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
Please? Oh.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
Please don't. I have important things to say to him as well. There are reasons I cannot speak freely. I have important things to say to him too.
Yes, I'm sure your business with Hermes is quite pressing. You may speak with him to your heart's content after ours is concluded.
I do not object to her attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe she can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to her so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
Uh-oh. I'm a little worried about what this business is.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself, do you hear?
Yes, sir. The adults are having a meeting.
So, it's finally happened then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
What?
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Aetheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today.
I want to get a screenshot of this too, because that's an amazing view.
To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
Wow, they have a very different view of death.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Van Daniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no, I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Wow, that... Interesting. Thank you very much. Oh, they're not on. Oh. That's... They see it as a good thing, returning to the live stream. Most would jump at the chance to serve in the convocation, and yet... Don't mind us, my friend. Please tend to Meteon. Forgive me. I will make it up to you, I promise. I'm sorry, Mel-chan. I didn't mean... A walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. Do they not die natural deaths? Maybe. Yeah. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Oh, teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something. Sounds like fun. Sure, why not? Sounds like I bother. Sounds like fun. It will be. It will be. Where to start? Yes. Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetherite. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead. He's accompanying me, nice. Let's go and talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetherite. The Aetherite. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. I'm trying to do her halting kind of speaking. It probably just sounds awkward though. Well, maybe not anywhere. Not to the ground or other isles. For that, you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Aetherytes... The Aetheryte systems are a bit more localized? And what have we here? Though you look like a person, you have the horns and scales of a beast. I assume you are a familiar like Meteon. Is there something you need? Ooh, he must have different dialogue depending on what race you are. This is Melchan. Could you teach her about Elpis? Ah, a newly arrived familiar, is she? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No. Any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they might have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your masters well and be good, do you hear? We will, Memnon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn. Now I get a turn. Where did you come from? From a place far, far away. A galaxy far, far away. From a place facing a great threat. From the Crystarium, I guess? A place facing a great threat. There's such a place? I had no idea. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Uh-oh. Let's find a creation. The desire to learn is a good thing. I wish you well in your endeavours, my dear familiar. This texture is... I guess it's moss on the... Yeah, it's... It just looks weird the way it's moving. Anyway. Umbral wind weather. Pretty. A bird. It's a shoebill. Oh, hang on. Let's get some dialogue here first. Spriggans? What are Spriggans? Oh no, we call them Orei, if there's many. If it's just one, we say Oreias. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Basically a cat. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them. Why are they making Hermes so endearing? I'm a bit afraid to see what's going to happen to him, that he becomes the Fandaniel we know. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. Head empty, no thoughts? I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Greetings. Can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. Emotions. Hey, Blazing, welcome. Yeah, that shoe bill is creepy. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intentions. A process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital for my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even should they communicate via unknown languages or other non-verbal means. As a consequence, I'm clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbour an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aww. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in, and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Fight. Fighting, crafting, gathering, playing. It's a secret. I fight. I want to say healing, but I guess that's part of fighting. Ooh, fighting. That must mean you're strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him. I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Uenth next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. Precious bird child. ... Yeah, I like the theory in Shadowbringers. These were Emmett Selk's like cameras that he used to keep watch over us. And since she hasn't seen this around before, that would make sense if he just plops these down where he's doing investigations and stuff. Book. What you reading? Hey, what you reading? Is it good? You like it? Wait, how far in you are you? Oh, yeah. Meteon has yet. Oh, Meteon! I lost my bird child. I forgot you shouldn't really mount up. Hello. Let's go. Yeah, I really like Meteon. He's sweet. Well, well, if it isn't Meteon, I see you brought a friend today. Greetings, Euanth. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Melchan. Oh, candied apple? Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat Meteon. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon. I promise. I'm sorry, Melchan. I wanted to show you my favourite thing. Then, I could ask about yours. But I failed. Tell her what you like. Oh, that's what you like? Yes. Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. That's vague. Because the developers can't really guess what every player would answer for that, so. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Melchan. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? Between you and me, Hermes' eating habits are atrocious. We may not be reliant upon food to the extent that our smaller creations are, but our diets eventually catch up with us. If we don't consume the requisite balance of nutrients, we grow weak and lethargic. Yet Hermes consumes candied apples as if they were a staple. I hope Hermes isn't sad anymore. Oh, I was going to mount up, but I might lose her. Hello. How did things go? Ah, excellent timing. 'Twas a refreshing constitutional, I hope? What, back already? Pity. A bit longer and we might have snuck away without you. He's trying to lose me. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Meteon good. Melchan wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught her. About this place, about my power, about your favourite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate your keeping Meteon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. Yay. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmett Silk and Hythlodaeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that she is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylaeon. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To sense the joy her presence brings Meteon, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbours malicious intent. Melchan is kind. Really, truly. She taught me as much as I taught her. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. I love her wing ear things. Feathery ears. This time, we all get to go for a walk. Isn't it exciting? Though I see new creations on a daily basis, here they look at them with a different eye. It will be interesting to observe Hermes at work. It is held that all civil organisations should conduct their affairs with total transparency, and the Convocation is no exception. But that doesn't mean we are obligated to show our work to unknown entities such as you. Consider yourself privileged, and behave accordingly. Lives apart. Composure regained. Hermes is ready to return to his duties. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. Now, let's try and figure out where this current was. I think it was behind the building. Oh, look at those waterfalls. This place, I love it. Oh, northwest. Ha! Yeah. Delicious. Okay, down here. Bird of Elpis. That's a descriptive name, I must say. Ah yes, the iron-thin petaloda, one of the newest species of the ever-popular butterfly. You're still bothered about your robe? Don't be. The few specimens we repurposed won't be missed. But it's a living thing. All vim and vigour now. When we were discussing his nomination, he was melancholy incarnate. So beautiful, petaloda. I hope they make it into the world. This here is a new species of petaloda we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Wait, do these have soul? I guess they don't, if they were created. What's this? Oh, you got some lightning sprites. Interesting. You're interesting too. Tell me, how did you find the ambystoma? Ah, she's making friends everywhere. A fascinating creation, much like yourself, little one. Renowned as Hermes is for his flying life forms, it is a rare privilege to be able to see one of his works in progress. We're meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with Meteon. Well, I suppose she herself serves as proof of his prowess as a researcher and creator both. Ah yes, lightning pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the Isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Meteon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Gonna feed them? That's cute. Go on and use the lightning converger near the pneuma. It will harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. Normally when I see one of these sprites, I think I'm going to have to fight it. So this is nice. Using this concept crystal, anyone can harness lightning, regardless of spellcasting skill. Ooh. Hey Freak, welcome. Hades as a giant curmudgeon is incredibly fitting, yes. Yeah, he has great curmudgeon energy, doesn't he? Great. Grr. Shiny. Perfectly done, Melchan. Look. See how they gather to feed? How they express themselves through their actions, despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the petaloda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Meteon an arcane entity? Is Meteon a living being? Is Meteon a living being? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodaeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you've finished already? I'm sorry. I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Ding! Over there. Current. There's a current over there. Boo! It's adorable, but beware it sneeze. Hermes went flying once. Stop making me love Hermes, please. We stopped to have dinner, sat at the edge of one of the islands, and another couple randoms sat by you the whole time. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. Ah, this fellow has been the talk of the Bureau. The combination of a carefree aspect and endless rows of fangs is strangely charming. Was there a guiding theme or any method to the madness that is this random assortment of features?
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
The Ampelos. Okay, that's the original name for the Gubu. Oh, you missed it? Meteos said that we were talking about the Gubu, or the Ampelos, and she said it's cute, but beware it sneeze. Hermes went flying once.
So, how are we coming along?
Flower!
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
Entelekis? Empaths?
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. Well, it has no will of its own. It is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
Dynamis.
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis?
Is Emmett Silk going to be a Dynamis denier?
I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether. So much so that its name is derived from it.
Oh, yeah. Aetheris. Ether. That makes sense.
However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions.
Sure.
Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelekis.
No, I'm just a little sundered baby. Sure, I don't see why I couldn't be one. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination. If I'm thin, it's because Emmett Silk didn't do a proper job. I mean, we have to We have to take a little jab at Emmett Silk.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
Sorry, please don't.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis.
Oh, okay.
And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
Huh. So can us Sundered do stuff that the Unsundered couldn't because we have less ether?
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
A method to break one's limits, you could say, yes. Transcending the limits. No shade from a heart find, yeah. This is really interesting. Never before had I heard of Dynamis or Entelechy's. I can only assume the Elpis flower was submitted to the Bureau before I joined. All appears to be well. This shouldn't take long. Entelechy or no, we're friends. In thinness. Aw, I love her. Their greatest contribution. Emmett Silk appears to be deep in thought. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialise in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Why did you join the Convocation? What do you specialise in? He specialises in the underworld. Let's ask him anyway. So. Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Silk was chosen for the Convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Oh, I want to hear the gossip. I'll tell you the tale when we're away from sensitive ears. Thank you. Iflo's got our back. What now? I want to learn about the Convocation. If you would accompany us, I suppose you should at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the Council is comprised of 14 officers, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field, or possess skills that would facilitate the performance of their stipulated duties. The former category includes Matron, specialist in aquatic life, Logriff, specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry. Matron and Logriff. Halmarot, specialist in fungal and plant life, Emma Rololth, specialist in medicine and healing, and La Habrea, specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. As for the latter category, there is Altima, advocate of the arts, Agiorm, champion of enlightenment and rhetoric. Pashtarot, preserver of discipline and order. Emet-Selk, keeper of the ethereal realm, or underworld in the vernacular. Fandaniel, pursuer of extant phenomena. And Azim, traveller of the world and counsellor to the people. What? Should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly. Even children know this much, and you would do well to remember it all. Azim, traveller of the world and counsellor to the people. So wait, what was Elpis? Mitron, Logriff, Halmarot, Emiraloth, and Lahabrea. That's 5. Altima, Igayorm, Pashtarot, Emet-Selk. I think he left out Elpis. Oh wait, no, I miscounted. Or did I? I don't know, counting's hard. Yeah, I've been playing Azim's role all along. That's so cool. Traveller of the world, counsellor to the people. Aww, that's cool. I didn't think about that. Actually, never mind. Then why did you bother me? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you were created for the sole purpose of trying my patience. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Amphilos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well, the Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. Does anyone remember what Gaia's title was? I forget which one she was. Oh. Just having a nap. Guy was Logriff IRC. Ah, okay. Cool. Specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry. Interesting. I rest but do not sleep when you are far away, softer a dream isle than our children find in Leith. Okay. Yeah, agree. See how the ether of Leith returns to the star as it rains down from above. Naught is wasted. Oh, that's ether? So that dialogue, I didn't finish getting to read that. Is there such a thing as an end if there is no beginning? Makes one think. Makes you think. It's an actual poem. Oh, that's cool. Hello. Sitting on a rock. You look busy. I love my work, yet at times such as this, the mind wanders. Where might I go? What monuments to man's ingenuity might I see, had I only the time to spare? current. Love this zone. Best zone. New favorite zone. Whoa. High. Big. Why is this one blue and shiny? That's just the shiny version. Collecting shinies. Oh! Oh, forgive me. I thought another member of the convocation had come. This is turning out to be an eventful day. There is a slight difference in etheric balance between these Charybdises. By this, it may be assumed that they aren't the original creations, but their offspring. A serpentine bird? Or a winged snake? Yes. I understand there is a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water. Its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures, and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. You shall what? What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know. Well, of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may... Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Silk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows? Somewhere out of sight. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind? Transforming in front of others is unseemly. Didn't he do that, though, when we fought him in the trial? When he transformed? It's kind of funny. The historic Sappho was from Lesbos and wrote a lot of poetry about love between women. Oh, that's where the words sapphic and lesbian come from. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. He knows Hith is trying to rope him into something. Yep. What is he up to? We must help the Charybdis to fly, or else they will all die. Such bother when we could simply begin anew. But I shall defer to the Chief Overseer. Ythlodaeus is a man of ideas. I wonder what he has thought up this time. Emmett Silk is out of sight? Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Silk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see aether currents. He can just fly. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Melchan, I want you to go to Emmett Silk. Tell him that you have a favour to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck! I love this. I have a favour to ask, to indicate to Emmett Silk you have a request. The rest of us will be right behind you. We wouldn't think to miss the fun. With apologies to Emmett Silk, but this may be the best approach. Let us work together to win him over. Yeah, we made them, we can unmake them mindset. Yeah, it's kind of disturbing how quickly they unmake things. Living things. Me? Perhaps it's best if I watched from afar. I'll persist too. I'm wondering if they just... I don't know. Do these creatures have souls? So I wonder if they think that if something doesn't have a soul, it's not alive, but maybe they might be wrong? Don't know. Yeah, I love this plan. Pester him until he relents. Let's go nag him. Well, are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? I have a favour to ask. Oh, no you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlodaeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-weary Emmett Selk. Please, Emmett Selk, to plead with him. You may tell Hythlodaeus he can contrive another brilliant solution, one that doesn't involve me. Please. Oh, that was quick.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
Attack him from all sides.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I thank you to remember this favor, and let it be the last.
Ooh.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Yes. We get a front seat to the entertainment. Yeah, that's from one of the collector's editions. I've got that
You
one.
were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even. Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand.
Aww.
Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world.
Aww.
And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
I love Hythlodaeus. He's so sweet. If I didn't know better, I'd say Emmett Selk is enjoying himself. Not that he'd ever deign to admit it. Look, Mel-chan. Look how well the Charybdis flies. Aw. It's flying. It's really flying, as if it were born to do so. Thank goodness. Aww. Wave to Emmett Selk. Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I was thinking about Hythlodaeus, about how he was one of the souls in Zodiac, but he sacrificed himself so his friends could live on. So sad. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Mel-chan and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion, if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way, we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes? I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnorisis for now. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they keep making Emmett Silk even better. You really see why Emmett Silk was like, if anyone was going to realise my city was an illusion, it'd be him. Yeah. Hythlodaeus is a crafty one. Could teleport, but I'm just going to enjoy the scenery. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. At the end, most of all. All the creations are happy. That makes me happy too. Now you've seen what I do. Was it everything you were expecting? What? Want to apologise for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Sure you did. I'm tired. Leave me be. Alright. Aether to Aether. Something seems to be weighing on Hermes' mind. Tell me, Melchan, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Nothing so far, but I'm hopeful that will change. Dynamis. Dynamis seemed promising. I'm not sure what I'm looking for, but I don't think I've found it yet. Dynamis seemed promising. I want to learn more. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Ikeon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupites, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupites were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Ikeon that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doris is still there, however. Hermes! Wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. There's so much more of this zone. Tree. Oh, it floats. Igdriant. Don't like that. Oh. A fearsome beast, this Achaeon. But where is it now? The Occupite is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable, even on land. Yet they didn't stand a chance against the Achaeon. It's heavy. Hermes' pain. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Achaeon was indeed responsible. Is it Lycaon? A Lycaon. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emetselk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you are finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Melchan. Come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge. Ooh, aetherite. current. There it is. The 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Come on, let's find Doros. Long blonde hair, alright. What an enchanting familiar. I would be delighted to assist in your little journey of discovery and personal growth. Aww. My role is to maintain the wonders, and thus the climate across Elpis. I ensure that our every environment meets the needs of our flora, fauna, and staff, of course. Environs representing each part of Aetheris are recreated here in Elpis, that we might gain a robust understanding of our concept's potential. As such, maintaining the appropriate balance region by region is tricky work, but more than worth the effort. The 12 Wonders is the wellspring of Elpis's weather, after a fashion. Here do we employ the latest spellcraft from Amarot to maintain and adjust the assorted climes through which our creations frolic, for test purposes. Naturally, as in any other part of Elpis, we also observe and experiment with said concepts. This conversation being, perhaps, one such experiment. I have so enjoyed the time I've spent with the Alluroi. If only all of our creations were so sweet. If you're with Meteon, then I assume you're on an errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doros. Ah, I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. I hope you find him soon. Don't worry, you're hardly the first ones to mistake me for Doros, and you certainly won't be the last. Well, they didn't take offence. That's good. Hello, you are definitely not who we're looking for. Once I get back and record today's results, I should finally be able to put that report to bed. Not Doros. His hair is long, but the colour is wrong. Doros? I think he returned a short while ago. Ooh, building. Surrounded by such wonders, one cannot help but envision new concepts. Not all of them good, mind you. Have you seen me eat anything today? Between my observational work and my writing, I've been so busy that I cannot quite recall if I did. Aww. Either, Doros! That's Doros! Well now, if it isn't Meteon, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realise you too had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaons, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Tysus. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that a Lycaon slaughtered occupates. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? Aye, I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycaons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are at Outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibit the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behaviour was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The Chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions, without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pashtarot may wish to have words with you. Rest assured I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorised by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of Aether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Silk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. We have a duty to the star, this I know, but it doesn't mean we don't also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Yeah. A sentimental gift. You needn't be an entelechy to feel the weight bearing down on Hermes. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Meteon? Are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Melchan. Loath I am to impose, may I leave Meteon in your care again? I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Melchan? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders. Go find a flower for him. Sure. Also, I think there's a current around here somewhere. Northwest. Perhaps I shall petition for incorrigible to be added to the list of this concept's innate traits. Incorrigible is a really good word. More bowls. They created more bowls. Why? Oh. Not moving. Is this the Lycaon they're talking about? That it's restrained? Ooh. Current. Alright, go find some flowers. No. Goodbye. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. Oh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. So she's just a creation, but she does seem like a person. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Lots of flowers in the fields. We should be able to find something nice. Ooh. Now we're talking. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colours forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Ugh. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Yeah, I think this might be my new favourite zone as well in the whole game. Vibrant or subdued? Interesting or plain? Yeah, this zone is fantastic. Familiar plant. Oh. Ah. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerising in its undulations. Oh, a Kineon. A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Melchan. At spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Oh, is the Moorball going to be one that we check for flowers? Getting a look at the Society of the Unsundered. Yeah, it's so interesting hearing their thoughts on death and like returning to the star as it being like an honour. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Oh! Over there, Melchan. Something big. Huge. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're gonna go look at the Moorball. Malodorous grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the Moorball-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Melchan? Would he like it? It's probably not the good sort of memory. I'd rather not go near that thing. Not the good sort of memory. So not this one either. Finding a good flower is harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Melchan, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there? I'll pick something after that, I promise. He didn't leave his room for days. What about these flowers? These look pretty. I'm curious what the Lycaons are now, if we get to see what they are. Because it wasn't the Moorball. Just a week-long shower. Yes. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Ah, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there. What could it be? Haven't talked to her in a while. I learned something new recently. The meaning of Philomyth's Notos. Notos is a south wind person, and Philomyth's is his joy. Why is he joyful? Because this place is so beautiful. Hmm. Shiny object. Pretty. Ooh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelekis. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Why would they not turn dark for other people? Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. I've felt great fury and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I dare say I have a few. The pain and sorrow of loss. I see. Oh, I see, yeah, because they're more etherically dense. Yep, that makes sense. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. Please, Melchan, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow. I want you to make the flower dark, in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Aww. Truly? You'll do it? Thank you, Melchan. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Interesting. Oops, I rolled right over the possibly poisonous flowers. It's fine. Ooh, Aether Current quests. There's a couple open now. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they've finished. Blissfully ignorant, yeah.
Hermes!
Hey, Counting, welcome. Good to see ya. Precious bird daughter, yeah, I love her.
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms.
Aw.
There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Mission has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Aw. Come back, spiky friend.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Naught amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. Owen asked what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Metion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Glad I could be of service. Let's have no more brooding, eh? I could tell you all about suffering. Yeah, it disturbs me too how they treat these creatures. Overly sentimental and disturbingly blasé. Hmm. No more brooding, eh?
Indeed. Difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters.
Sisters?
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life.
Oh.
As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right!
Yeah, not the best impression. Yeah. Oh, we had a sleep. Hi. Everyone sleep well? I'm glad Hermes saw the flowers. Thank you, Melchan. It will help, I hope. Today will be difficult for him. The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. Were you able to get some rest? Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. Verdict and execution. Oh. Hermes appears solemn and sorrowful. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emetsilk and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and, as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Ithlodeus has pledged to support me in this endeavour. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures, and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. Any currents before we go? That's far enough, it might be on another island completely, so I'll leave that one for now. Yeah, they're very, very purpose-driven. Fulfilling your purpose is, and then death is your reward. Yeah, it's disturbing. There's no retirement or enjoying life. Oh. Uh-oh. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. They can fly. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Melchan handle that one. The pair in the sky, you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmet Selk, unneeded though it is. Meteon, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes! The Lycaons must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours. But if you are intent on helping, then please, follow my lead. Scary music. Never mind my wounds, they are easily healed. It is the Lycaons which concern me. Stay with Hermes, Melchan. He will need someone when the time comes. Oh, there's one. Why did you make them so they could fly? That's so creepy. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. A few moments is all I require. Oh boy. Alright. Fire! Bam. Go. Oh. Warrior charge is the best. Alright. Not quite yet. Stand your ground a little longer.
Now. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. Ye are worthy, but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Appropriate staff, yep. That was a fitting staff. It has been quite an exciting visit for you thus far. Oh, you weren't injured, were you? Good, good. The other Lycaons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? I think he finds out, sadly. I don't know what answer he's searching for, or if it is within our power to give it, but I believe he would make a fine Fendaniel, and that if he rejects us out of hand, we will all be lesser for it. Travellers at the crossroads. Hythlodaeus wishes to discuss plans for the remainder of your visit. Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Melchan? Will you come along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis, and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagnorosis. Yeah, I kind of find it weird that they all look like Cure. Yeah, Hythlodaeus is great. I love him. Hello. Coming for a walk? Bye. Lots of new gear. Have to decide what class I wanted on. Didn't we part ways with Hermes not far from here? Given the size of Elpis, I expect our paths will cross again before long. From here, we follow the path northwards towards Notonius. There we will find one of the Naeus which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travellers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Is that a shark? A street shark. Looks like an A rank. Yeah, that was... We fought some street sharks in Academia Oneida. Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. 'Tis poor manners to spy on someone's comings and goings in such a fashion, so don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, perceiving ether requires deliberate and intense concentration, and we otherwise keep our eyes on the corporeal world. Here we are, Notonius. This Naeus will take us to Calameleus Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above. Or I would if it wasn't foggy.
I present to you Calameleos Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by...
Spriggan.
Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
Shark.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Haven't you seen street sharks?
That's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
I love that. Everyone's just coming up with new sharks because people love sharks.
At first, they were largely orthodox. Consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Ooh.
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
Hello.
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
Vanar. Yep. She becomes the core of Heidelin.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work.
Good for her.
Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Oh. Previous Azem. Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Yeah, I've been hoping that we're going to meet Azem.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
It does sound rather like the Blessing of Light. Does it protect you from enthrallment by primals by any chance? A Traveler's Ward. Interesting. Does it protect you from enthrallment by primals? Do you use that word?
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection. I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
No. I have to go. I hear someone... my phone's ringing.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past.
Maybe? I mean, you didn't send me, but...
It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Another gremlin? There's a lot of gremlins. I forgot to turn the cat off. Just a minor spell used to protect travelers. Wow. And we had to do so much to come up with our own warding talismans. And they just... it's just a warding spell. And there I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of future this and changing history that can wait. First, I'm in to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. The future. Our future. I am deathly curious to hear more. Are we just gonna do it? We're just gonna make a split timeline? Like this. My main concern with making a split timeline is can we return to our own to make sure we actually fix up our own timeline and not just abandon it. That was my only concern about it. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept-engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Arrayus which made off with it. An Arrayus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Arrayus. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor, just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poitin Icus. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. As Heidelin, she has a very maternal relationship. Crystal Mum, Vernal, on the other hand, is more cool big sister. That's cool. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, hello. You're big. You're just a regular mob. Okay. Melanion. This place has some scary monsters. Just minotaurs hanging out. Where am I going? Down here. Okay. Terrifying curl, yeah. These things are, huge. Excuse me, I'm looking. Oh, I found it. And a current. Get that in a second. Yum. A scintillating crystal upon which is stored some manner of esoteric concept. Oh man, if we can make, I'm kind of on board with this. We make a split timeline where we get to save them. Oh. Hello. Found crystal. Ooh. Hello. I always feel much better after taking a short respite to converse and debate with my associates. I consider it essential to exchange ideas with my colleagues regarding my observation work. Without such external stimulation, one has a tendency to lose the forest for the trees, so to speak. The Azims, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight, personally, but they have a habit of making Emmett Selk look as if he bit down on a sour grape. The problem you present is vexing enough without adding the old Azim into the equation. And she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper, when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. Be Trunks, DBZ. Yes! Yes, I love Trunks from DBZ. I want to be Trunks. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Arrayus no longer had the crystal. nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better? Crystal. The crystal! Well done! Wonderful! Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Yes. I've often been asked to do so. Travelling and searching go hand in hand. Travelling and searching go hand in hand. You travel often then? It seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet, I'm still quite eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Travellers at the crossroads. Oh, is that a crossroads in time? Oh, this is so cool. Past. Not yet come to pass. Ah, it rhymes. Vina is in a cheerful mood. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Look at them all lined up, all neat, like they're lined up for an inspection. What was on the agenda for today? There was observing the abysses here, and after that... Oh, hello. You're a familiar, yes? And you've come alone to survey the grounds of Elpis, have you? Very good. Well, if you've any pressing questions, do let me know. I will do my best to answer them. What do? You want to know about me? How thoughtful. I'm a taxonomist, employed here at Poiton Oikos, responsible for bequeathing the creations that pass through Elpis with logical, yet mellifluous names. Mine is marvellous work. I oft spend my days composing inspiring verses about flora and fauna. Some find these methods odd, I know, but the well of taxonomic creativity dries up rather quickly once you've seen 12 renditions of the same concept in different skins, let me tell you. This is Poiton Oikos, a place where great minds come together to not only evaluate concepts, but supply them with names. You might be wondering what the name of the place itself means, to which I say, many things. However, home of those who've a way with words is likely the easiest for you to understand. We taxonomists express ourselves through nomenclature, after all. Right. Ooh, hello. What are these? These look like my my anima friend from the Anima Relic questline. I'm a taxonomist and an artist in the medium of names. It is my job to adorn the flora and fauna of Aetheris, such as these creatures you see here, with names befitting their natural beauty. They're all different colours. They're pretty. Choose your starter. Yes. Well, yeah, they're the same colours as Pokemon starters. I'll always go the fire one, so fire starter. That's cool. Are you quite alright? Even for a mere familiar, you appear to be suffering from a most distressing dearth of aether. Do let me know if you require help, yes? Aw, worried about me. Please, sir, can you spare some aether? You needn't be nervous around Venar. Those white robes mark her as one of fair and impartial reasoning. Aside from the emissary, Elpis, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. The emissary Elpis. So, well, they wouldn't have summoned Zodiac yet, so I guess emissary is not meant to be an emissary from Zodiac? What's the emissary for then? Yes, this would be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please, make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
The society has some stuff in common with Charlayan, but they actually know how to make good food and drink.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Oh, this piano rendition of answers. A calamity called the Final Days has befallen the world. The world has been sundered, broken into shards. And you end up doing it. Mankind is being forced to flee the star. Final Days.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Oh my god, we're doing it! You become a big shiny crystal. I kill you. Sorry about that. and he gets eaten by, he gives himself up to Big purple dude. Yeah, 3 days later, yeah. This is a big explanation.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
What, that I killed you? Yeah, no, I can kick your ass. With 7 allies.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital in Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
He doesn't like my my depiction.
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis is key to all of this. Hermes and Meteon are somehow involved. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. It is both of these. It's Dynamis.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action.
So they made an offhand comment earlier about how since my aether is weaker, I might be able to wield Dynamis. Maybe that's why she sundered us. So we can do... Maybe they can't stop it as fully sundered souls. As unsundered
the missing
souls.
Pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete. And you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azam described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
I mean, being in complete denial about being told all this stuff is completely realistic and understandable. This took a turn that I love. Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteion, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. Hello. There's nothing like enjoying the fresh air after being cooped up inside writing reports. See you the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are, she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I'll leave the choice of topic up to you. You know more of this coming calamity, so I think it best that you lead the conversation. Hang on, I'm seeing NPCs I haven't talked to. Well, aren't you a doughty familiar? I'm not one for fighting myself, but if I had one such as you at my side, I would no doubt feel a great deal safer. Nice little aesthetic thing. Doors you can go in are lit up. Kitty! Two kitty! Did you create the kitties? You have done a great thing. Thank you. Registrations for amphibious creatures have come to dominate of late, but felines remain as popular as ever. Ah. Even back in the unsundered world, they loved cats. Questions? For me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped. Begin asking questions. Yes. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Venat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? What are Hermes' interests? What are his interests? His interests? Well, he is an authority on flying life forms, and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person, as a colleague? He is a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as Chief Overseer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Meteion been here? Do you know of Meteion's abilities? How long has Meteion been here? I cannot rightly say. As the Chief's personal creation, Meteion has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day, she was simply there. And what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you wish you knew him better? Do you trust him? Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us. We seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Timaeus. He has similar expertise with flying concepts, and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Melchan. I think we've taken enough of Ismin's time. Does this mean Fat Cat never got sundered, as it's big enough for me to ride? Fat Cat has some dark, disturbing lore. It's not actually a cat. It's either a void scent. Let's not think about Fat Cat. You're a familiar, yes? Belonging to Mistress Vinar? You couldn't have been blessed with a finer master. Aww. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Ismin mentioned. Although I felt compelled to take the reins of that previous conversation, your, fearless style of interrogation will eventually lead you to the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with this Timaeus. You refuse to accept that law. Yeah. You know what? I do too. I will start from one side of the compound and make my way through, speaking to as many people as I can. We should have plenty to discuss upon your return. Are you okay? I feel like I missed a bit of dialogue there. Well, this stinks. Oh, hello. You're hiding back here? Fascinating. Yes, simply fascinating. You don't often see a familiar show such interest in someone other than its master. Yes, yes, I'm Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Yeah, what do you think of Chief Hermes'? Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favourite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Why not mimic his process? Meteion too is a marvel then. Why not mimic his process? What? You mean plagiarize? Now see here, when I take up the threads of creation and begin to weave, I must do so in the belief that I am giving birth to something beautiful. If, in my heart, I knew I was appropriating another's inspiration... Oops. Launches into a rambling and unstoppable diatribe. And such an unconscionable, disgraceful act would be deserving of the utmost scorn. Therefore, despite my admiration for Meteion as a concept, I have made a conscious effort not to delve too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analysing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelechis? I could tell you more of Meteion's nature if you like. Do you know of Dynamis? Dynamis and Entelechis? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis, which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Shake my head. Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? Interesting. So no one actually knows where Meteion came from or how she was created. As I said, I have work to be getting on with. If you wish to speak more, you'll have to wait until I've finished for the day. I just want to see these two again. I talk to you? Oh, hello there. I haven't seen you before. Did someone create you just recently? Ah, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteion as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. So they keep mentioning that he has lots of knowledge of the celestial, but they haven't gone into what that is yet. We know there's celestial currents that are related to the final days. I really need to stop, but I want to keep going. Witness to the spectacle. A spectacle, hey? Benar is musing over your recent findings. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the entelechies which can control it. I've forgotten how to pronounce that word. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon? Aside from her unorthodox method of communication? There are more like her. She has sisters. She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. Yeah, that one. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripeteia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-da-bum. West, not east. Am I... does anyone else get east and west confused? I've got no problem with north and south, but I have to think for a moment about east and west. Clunk. Current. Yeah, I use that too. Never eat soggy wheat bix. I always have to think that in my mind to remember which one's east and west. What's the version that a lot of other people use? Never... I don't remember what the other people's version is. Because, you know, wheat bix is our Aussie version. I want to keep going. This story's so good. Just a little bit more. Just one more question. Just one more revelation. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripeteia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short, and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. You always have to think you live in the Western Hemisphere. Okay. How odd that I should suggest this approach without a second thought. You've come from a time and place that is dramatically different, yet here we are, working side by side, or apart as the situation demands, with barely a word of explanation required. No matter the centuries which separate us, we are of the same star. We share a connection, and I hope that together we might find the answers you seek. Answers! 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 You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Everyone's so nice, just answering questions for what they think is just a familiar. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviours, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project. And by that, I assume you mean Meteon? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner, and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night, when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward. A host of them. Heavensward! For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vinar, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favour me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasios Thalassae. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vinar. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azim. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honoured. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway, and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. So disturbing. They just kind of like casually asked, hey, when are you gonna die? By the way? The other archivist said naught we hadn't already heard, but this story of Galeen sounds promising. Yeah, hey, why haven't you died yet? Yeah, it's kind of like when you see, when people ask couples couples just, oh, when you're having kids. Yeah, here it's, oh, when are you dying? You haven't done that yet. Why is that? I've opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the straightway, and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabesius Thalassai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Ooh. Bloody cloudy weather needs to go away so I can get a better view. Yeah, Vinar's uncomfortable with those questions too, yeah. The tower ahead is still part of Peripatea Crystalline. We will need to ask for passage through to the upper tier. Mistress Vinar, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper skyway. Even higher. Higher, oh higher. A mirror of Hermes, yeah. People who are like questioning the way their society works aren't really comfortable with the state of things. That door leads into the Thalassai, but perhaps we can trouble this person for assistance with finding Galeem. Mistress Vinar, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeem, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeem, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Yes. As beautiful as ever. Some parts, yes. Others, not so much. It's more beautiful here. I mean, I'm sure this whole world isn't this beautiful. This is probably like the most beautiful place on this planet at the moment.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
I was on the moon. There's no moon. You make a moon.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Oh, this is cute.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose. My love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end.
Endwalker.
Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile? Pray forgive my lateness.
We're having a nice chat.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Really getting the feeling that Hermes does something he shouldn't, and somehow sets this all in motion. Also, it's really cool just getting to know her before she becomes Hydaelyn. Yeah, I wasn't sure about Hydaelyn, but yeah, no, I trust her now. Not as awkward, but you laughed when a writer was talking about the first thing people say when you mention that you write. When's it going to be published? Yeah. It was like asking someone who played basketball on the weekends for pleasure, when are you going to go pro? Yeah. Just being creative because it's good for you. Doesn't have to be selling worthy. Yeah. Our society kind of tries to make us monetize everything we do, and it's just not healthy. We have to do things for happiness as well. Have I told you about my cat? I have a cat lad. Yeah, so how did all these different sub-races come into existence, I wonder? So it seems felines predate Mikote? But did something happen there? Did a concept get fused with a person or something in some weird experiment, and thus the cat boy and cat girl, cat people were born? I don't know, I'm probably thinking about it too much. The fundamental difference between her and Hermes. The same question coming to a very different worldview. Yeah, it's really interesting seeing the differences between them. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. But this game, it's like when you come to a conclusion from thinking things through, you're not... The game isn't like 5 steps behind, expecting you to come to that conclusion way later. The writing's really good. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I should probably finish up for the night. Oh, this is such a good story. I can't wait to do more. Wouldn't put anything past the ancients. Yeah, is it like a Star Trek transporter accident? At some point, someone went through a teleporter with a cat familiar or a cat concept and they got fused. That's my new headcanon. Alright, I should finish up. Wow, this... Whew, what an incredible chunk of story. Oh, I just love where this has gone. It's kind of amazing just how much stuff we've covered in Endwalker. In just one expansion of story, just the sheer amount of stuff that's happened. Okay. I'm going to find someone to raid. Yeah, thank you all very much for watching. Who can I send you to? Can't see anyone to raid tonight. Oh, I'll just end the stream. Long expect, yeah. Yeah. But they did say it had like way more text in it than they compared the amount of text in it to, I think, Shadowbringers, and it had just way more. Yeah. They've made really good use of it too. I can't find anyone to raid, so I'm just going to finish up the stream. So thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you all next time. See ya.